Yo, what's up?
Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everyone? Happy Friday. How you guys doing? We got like 4 hours or so remaining until the new league. So let's make quickly make text document. Let's see, numpad plus plus. Okay. Test. We got one. First one probably gonna be volatile dead, I think. Can I do like there you go. Goes off. Function list. Increase text size. Tools. Where can I find it? Find text. Nice. No. Hide in files. Settings. File configurator, preference. General. Editing. Right. Got how to do it. Dark mode, we already got this one. Margin border. Searching. Fuck, I don't know. Whatever. So, let's see. It's a little bit smaller. Yo, Samuel, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. How you doing? Doing good, doing good. Trying to make a list of the best builds currently available. Got a new source window capture. Okay. Yes. Go. Transform. Probably should make this one smaller. Yeah, there we go. Do it like that. Another shot was forgotten of the list. DD at the top. Yeah, that's what I am. I was placing at first. I think. Yeah. Inquisitor. Quiz. Great. DD. Ventura and plus I think that's the first one, and actually the other one there was another one. The one that Stillmaze is gonna play the still in quiz, I think, right? Was it still in quiz? Ball lightning one. Archmage, ball lightning. Good for hardcore. My pants. Good damage. Oh yeah, Exsanguinate Mines. I saw that Tuna made the build, made a guide also. Was it that? One mic can clear 3 screens. Where was it? Let's see. So we got this one. X Sanguinate Mines. I think Crouching Tuna made it, right? Oh, wait. More people did it. Trickster. Am I blind? I swear I saw yesterday. Saw from Tuna. Wait, where did Crouching Tuna's video go? What the hell? Sanguinate Mine? There we go. Why is... Oh, wait, this is 3 months ago? 3 months ago, okay. Wait, there we go. Why is his video not showing in the list? You need to like specifically search for his name. This one. This one looks
this is like the end game
crazy.
tree, and it's going to be taking you all the way to level 98. But if you want to have like a proper overview of which passives you should take step by step, you can go here into the max roll guide, go into mid, and you can use the top in these maps.
This one looked kind of crazy.
It was developed by a friend of mine, Captain Garbage, and it's something that I really enjoyed for many reasons. And I'll explain some of the mechanics here to you guys. And the main sort of selling point is that the map clear is just completely busted. It's just insane. And map right now, you know, something like this.
Okay, let's see the gameplay. I saw the gameplay yesterday.
Maps, and I'll put a Legion Scarab as well, as I bet some of you guys are probably interested in how it clears Legion.
Is this
this build
decently
we really
tanky?
on getting as much attack speed as possible. We're using an essence here for 16% more attack speed, and also getting
this is end game gear
where possible. On top of that, we want to get attack speed also here through these nodes like Force Shaper, for example, but also a little bit through our jewels. So you're getting like increased attack speed while holding a shield and all of that kind of stuff, you know, wherever possible. So attack speed is, yeah, just generally really good. Additionally, of course, we also have access to attack speed as well as onslaught here, so that's even more. And because we're shield charging, what that ends up looking like
5 divines investment
pretty fast. So, you know, wherever possible. So attack speed is a bit through.
No, isn't this his original build from a while ago? Or is it just... no, it's yeah, mid gear belt and stuff. Okay.
But the mine is auto targeting. You know, you're just walking around and it just clears that all up. So
yeah, look at those.
Yeah, exactly, it's pretty damn good.
Those splits.
It's, you know, you guys know, like,
looks like it's very good for Legion.
Doing a mapping focused league start in general, so that's why I choose to play this build. And yeah, that's basically the map right there.
15 divine
investment, which is like a huge part of its defenses, right? We're able to do that because of some nodes that we allocate on the tree.
So we got good defenses
right here. So we are taking the cold mastery here for 40% conversion because we are doing physical to cold conversion. Until we actually have gloves that are able to convert, you know, 60% of our physical to cold, what you need to use here is the Hrimsoro unique gloves, and those are very, very cheap. You'll be able to get access to those pretty much instantly for like 1 chaos. Super accessible.
It's probably gonna be more than 1 chaos.
You need to get as much
on the first day
enemies as possible because of the fact that we are using Heat Shiver, and Heat Shiver is going to give us a ton of damage, you know, up to 60%.
Heat Shiver is nice.
Extra when
actually being able to freeze bosses is very nice, it's such a quality of life. It's like so smooth.
The monster is like at full chill effect as well as frozen, so essentially, you know, this is gonna be amplified by the fact that we have, you know, the additional freeze duration, and that's how we are able to freeze bosses and that sort of stuff. So it's really important to grab as much freeze.
June is gonna be big this league. I mean, Syndicate overall, because I'm thinking wheeled Chaos Orb is probably gonna be quite expensive. 10C, maybe more, I think. Even later on. Yeah, I think. Yeah, probably even. No, probably even more expensive. What I'm saying. It's probably gonna be more than 10C. Yeah, it's around 50, maybe more, actually. Because we don't know how many wheeled Chaos Orbs do you think they're gonna drop from Syndicate, from one Syndicate run. How many do you think? Only one. Ooh. But is that gonna affect the original drops from Katarina? If they added that into the loot pool? So you're gonna get one guaranteed Katarina item plus one guaranteed Wild Chaos Orb.
Duration as possible. For sure.
Okay.
Now, also, the reason why we are able to clear maps like we do is because we are using a chain. Now, in this case, I have Awakened Chain here, but of course, if you use normal chain, that's just one less chain. Not that big of a deal. Once you do have like a little bit of money, you will get Awakened Chain in here. And if you do actually want
make
to
Awakened Chain is.
All you have to do is swap.
How much was Awakened Chain? In Affliction?
Awakened Chain or chain or.
I'm getting 17 divines sell in standard. Do I sell it? Fuck. Level 4 awakened enlightened support. 20%. Not gonna sell it. D&D. Okay.
Drop in mind damage, and then you'll just get like a crazy amount of more damage there from that. That's really nice.
10 divines? I mean, yeah, that's not expensive. I mean, that was towards end of the league, I think.
But because of the fact that we are chaining and we're using Exsanguinate...
Is the music too loud?
To 10 targets, so it says fires, tendrils at up to 10 targets, and then we are chaining 3 times. That means that essentially we are actually able to hit 30 targets per...
30 targets per cast.
Singular Exsanguinate, and then that also
holy shit
is amplified by the chaining range, and I think Trick Shot is an extremely important node here to get because this is basically a 45% more clear, right? It's these nodes are absolutely essential for the build.
Yeah, that's insane.
And
30 targets per cast or attack, whatever. Time.
We're choosing the Trickster Ascendancy because the Trickster has easy access to a lot of defenses too. The Trickster has a lot of
suppress, free suppress.
It's going to be keeping you safe while you're mapping.
Okay.
And it's basically going to give you a ton of damage reduction versus anything.
Which version is better? Is it the OG one better or the? You said basically immune to spells. Yeah. You said tripolar? Tripolar, you said, right. Is that better? Is this one a little bit more modified and stuff? Is it in the top 10 safest league starters? Oh, he showed the exact same video. Oh, this guy, Bam made a video. 9 days ago and then made 3 days ago. Let's check this one.
Hey guys, Bam here. So I just want to give you some tips on the build and some stuff you can do on LeagueStarter to help you
Has a POB.
make the build cheaper or navigate through the build without any problem. So the most important part is that whenever you're using shield shard, it scales with the attack speed. Right now on my build, I'm not
Small
using
POB up mistake.
gloves with increased
How
attack
to
speed,
set
but
up
remember that it will
predictive.
help a lot. I'm using this Sorrow, so I sold the pair of gloves. So now this is a +1 frenzy charge, which as I said is pretty good if you can get it. If not, it's fine. Just using a straight up Sorrow will be fine. But the reason why attack speed is so good is that it will increase your shield charge.
Yeah, Tuna says same thing. Sorrow. And his Shiver.
But the reason why attack speed is so good is
Same
that
amulet.
increase your shield charge. So at first you can see shield charge not that fast, but once you get a couple of frenzy charges, it will be super fast. Right? You can see, okay? And there's something specific.
I'm gonna check the POB.
Like mine build that
See if
you
it's
can
the
do.
same.
You can actually cancel the attack of throwing the mines, and I'll show you exactly how it works. In the settings before like jumping to your character.
Now we need to take, we don't have any more left click. We need to take the node on the tree. So you can auto detonate while moving the mines. I played the last league I had a build. I had the Hex Blast. I played mostly for bossing.
There's a predictive mode you can do, and I'll show you how you can do it. You cannot do it.
Please, GGG,
like,
make the servers better
you can
this
only
this
do it
league.
Before entering a character.
Hopefully they're gonna be a bit better than last
But
league.
you can see it goes pretty fast, right? I throw down the mines and then I just charge it. And that's why the build is like super
Smooth.
fun to work with, because it's a really fast build. So I just wanted to show you how to actually use that, and then we can move on to the next point.
Yeah, damage looks good. You can shotgun, right? If you go in the boss. Or like next to the boss. Now let me copy the POV. Let me get the POV. Path of POB, no, POB. There you go, path of building. Let me see. Okay, back. New import or build. Go. Look like 6, almost 7 mil. 5 mines active. Pages. Full DPS 32 mil. Oh. Let's see. We got this one. Save. Trickster. But the thing is now, this one has the primalist thing. There, I need to check the charms. Mines. 2. Save this one like this. Let me see. Take a quick look over here. No, he doesn't have added any charm, seems. Okay. So this one is 32 mil, 33. Let's check the other one. Where is it? This one. Go back. Okay. So, where was it? Crouching tuna, Exang mines 3 months ago. The other one. There we go. Let me check the POB.
It's like the end game.
Check this one. POB. There we go. Is it the same? This one says 17 mil. New. Import. There we go. I don't know if it changed it. Oh, tuna actually... Yeah, 15 active mines. One stage. This one is 3.24 POB. 3 mil, 17 mil, this one. Let's see. Save. Fixter. Exang. Mines. Tuna. How are we looking at defenses? Okay. Capped chaos res. Capped everything. No max res. Effective hit pool 33k. Okay. And where is the other one? Check this one. Yeah, this one is a little bit more squishier from the other guy. But has more DPS. I don't know if anything changed. I mean, I compared to the 3 to 3.24 and the damage seems like the same. Settings, let's see, skills, items. And this is pretty much, I mean, this is end game. As, yeah, the scepter plus 2. +1 all spell skill gems, +1 all physical spell damage, crit multi, critical chance for spells. Yeah, it is a synthesized scepter, this one. Quality socketed gems, global crit multiplier on implicit, penetrate, 5% elemental resistance, spirit shield. +1 physical spell skill gems. Yeah, this is end game. +1 power charges, hit shiver. Yeah, this is end game. Replica dragon fang flight. Belt. Oh yeah, this is end game. Yeah. Okay, so this one is end game. So you go, or you can get over 30 mil. Yeah, it looks really nice. Let me check the items. This one. Hmm. There's a bit of difference. The other one has +1 power charges. On Heat Shiver, the tuna has preservation corruption. I mean, this the one that tuna made, it is a little bit more tanky. It uses ancestral vision, jewel, and a watcher's eye. Interesting. Okay. So let's look at the other one. So we have this. This is already checked. POP. Was it Archmage Ball Lightning? I think it is stronger than Exsanguinate Mines. Trickster, Exang, Mines. Tuna. Able to hit 30 mobs. Good for Legion. Decent. Okay. This one is a bit bigger. There we go. The Archmage, I think it's gonna be broken up. And I'm pretty sure there's gonna be some more crazy builds that people will find out towards mid-league, I think. Maybe, actually, yeah, maybe in the first, after 2 weeks or so. Something like that. This one is looking pretty crazy also. Steel Mage does not have a build. POB. I mean, has the POB, but he didn't make a video. Palestron did one.
Hey guys, Pathofexile here, and today I'll talk about some frequently asked questions that I got on stream.
No grace and
also
determination.
Talking about the Ball Lightning Archmage that I'm going to league start, and I wanted to quickly talk about it. So first up, there is no grace or determination in the build. That is by design. However, it does mean that you can't. In fact, there's a lot of people who go energized armor right here, right? You have this energized armor setup. You go down, Sanctum, and you're transforming all the energy shield and radius to armor. Then you go determination, and at the end, you're probably going to be looking at round about 20 to 30k armor, also with the Granite Flask. Yes, you can do that. Your points are pretty tight though, so you will most likely lose round about half your damage. You also lose some energy shield because you're now going to go for energy shield armor here. One problem is that I really want to use Impulsa, so you would already be losing like 1,000 to 1,500 armor from there. And on top of that, yeah, you would lose like half your damage.
35 mil hit DPS. I mean, defenses are looking pretty good, but this one, the one that I saw from Steel Mage, and I think probably Ziz is gonna play it also. It had like 150k effective hit pool. It had a little bit more defense, but obviously that one is built for hardcore. This is for softcore.
By no means do I count out determination being interesting. As for grace, maybe, but in general I would probably go determination because you're already perfectly here, and you can also go for
7k mana, 7.2.
applies to chaos damage from hits, which is completely crazy.
ES Leech on hit, 2.5k. 2.6 ES. Ah,
if you've ever
mana cost per second, 430. Mana cost 108.
Juggernaut, you
Crit chance 70%, crit multi 438.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that. As for people saying, isn't that a little bit sketchy? The thing is, you have a lot of...
Saw someone's talking about deck stacking Siege Ballista. Deck stacking Siege Ballista. I don't think I heard anything about that. Might be some off-meta thing. I'm not sure.
Effective hit pool doesn't mean that the build is a tank. Obviously, in fact, it's not all that tanky. It's a pretty standard thing, I would say. One thing that I noticed for sure is that against enemies where Grace is usually trash, right? Like talking about right side builds that I usually play, is against certain bosses, I definitely felt like I could take a hit. And another thing that people underestimate, if you cut too much damage,
it's kind of meme build for bossing in Sanctum. You spawn 20 plus ballistas in one-shot Ubers. Really?
Is capped doesn't mean your instant leech is also capped. And for me personally, recovery...
Yeah, instant leech definitely need for this build.
Recovery has just been way more of an issue than max hit in general. Once the recovery was fixed, I didn't really have all that many problems anymore, especially because my energy shield would always Cloak of Defiance and its serious foible. I don't really know what to say about them. They never really made...
I mean, Impulse is way better for clear, right? Gives more AoE, more damage.
Sense in my POV. So I know that Cloak of Defiance gives you a ton of like it saves you a passive point, I guess, with Mind Over Matter. It gives you a ton of mana regen. Evasion, Energy Shield, okay. I never really, like, obviously in endgame you want Impulsa, but even before that, just a normal body armor is just better. Also, something you have to realize, especially early, is unique body armors, especially rare ones. You don't just have to buy them. Now you have to actually link them. Whereas a rare body armor will come at least 5 or 6 link. Let's say 6 link. Because you can just buy a corrupted 6 link for 20 to 30 chaos with the right colors.
Okay, Eternal versus Divine Blessing.
Most of the POBs. Divine Blessing means that I can also reserve clarity on mana. Because it doesn't have the exclusion thing where you can't have any other auras on your mana. Meaning I don't have to put it on Arrogance. And if you look, for example, right...
Yeah, this one looks good also. Even for softcore, looks pretty good to play. Okay. Best overall damage, tankiness. Okay, number 4. What else we got? We got is that on YouTube? Dex stacking. One year ago. Hierophant Siege Ballista deck stacking.
Hello,
Wait. 2 years ago. Looks like he did a few builds. Oh, 1 year after another. 5 months ago, 4 months ago, 2 years. 3 weeks ago, Legion farming, Siege Ballista. Bama Guardian. Getting fixed, probably. CogDD, pay to win. I think someone said on Reddit that if you enable the dynamic culling, you should be able to play it without buying the MTX for Desecrate and DD. Let me check this one.
Hello everyone. In just a few days until the league starts, the removal of fated unique items such as Here is Demise and Wild Rep, which we used in this build, there were a lot of people commenting on
Leveling,
YouTube that this build is
unique items.
This build is of course far from dead. Even if you don't have Here is Demise favor,
Bunch of uniques, huh?
of the build's damage. Last league I managed by the end of the week
Nick Jewels, rare gear, Ascendancy.
DPS without
Wait,
gear
what?
with
What?
Recombinator mods and gear with Recombinator mods. So if you would lose without using gear with Recombinator mods. So if you would Recombinator mods, 160 million DPS.
170 million DPS. Okay.
Without using gear with Recombinator mods. So if you would lose even 30% of the damage, that means the build would still do more than 100 million DPS, which is more than enough to destroy all endgame content.
Does it
including
show
your bosses.
any?
Without certain unique items and levels, it just won't feel good.
Hmm.
Therefore, we start first with
Let's see.
required for this build. They are mostly 1 to 20 chaos uniques, even on
Let's see
first
some,
few days of the league.
Boss.
So if you manage to level up quick and
I
get
mean,
some
these are
currency,
pretty
you
easy
can
to
buy
kill,
all your mandatory uniques on day 1 or day
Bran
2
and
of
the rest of them.
Even if they have nerfed unique items drop rates, those uniques
That was pretty fast, actually.
common.
8 strong boxes, void elemental ailments, traditional proj, possessed, all has mean, okay. I mean, not really crazy mods, but okay.
And shouldn't be hard to acquire. First,
20. Okay, 20 ballistas, 4 endurance, 4 power charges, skitter bots, onslaught, inspiration, 3 inspiration
build
charges.
enabling unique we are using is Iron Commander Bow.
Yeah, that's
It gives you
pretty
crit
fast.
chance, attack speed, total emplacement speed, increased physical damage to attacks per dexterity, and most important, 1 additional siege ballista per 200 dexterity.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Do you mind if I link you the video I saw and got recommended? Sure, link it. Let me permit you. Meet. My bad. Oops. Can you link it again? You can link now the build. You have 60 seconds. Why I cannot see? Huh? What the fuck? Why is this not working? Fucking hell. Streamlabs. Is it because of Streamlabs? Streamlabs or Stream Elements? Wait a second, I need to check. Give me a second. 1 second. Stream should not show this. It's capture 2. Here we go. Stream Elements. I think it's there might be some conflicting. Yeah, I don't see the link in chat. Wait, does it show it? No, it deletes the link. Stream Elements, chatbot, commands. Where is it? Pause, raffle, skip, permit. Yeah, this is enabled on. Saving. This is enabled on. I disabled it on Stream Elements. Streamlabs. Maybe because I have both of Streamlabs and Stream Elements. Try now. Try link now. I disabled the command on Stream Elements. Still doesn't work. What the fuck, man? Do I need to disable Give me 1 second. I might need to disable one of them. Try now. Try again. Need to figure this out. Okay. Okay, I removed Stream Elements now. Let me check. 1 second. Commands. Where it mod tools? No. Where the hell? Modules? How do I not have this one? Default. Yeah, there we go. This one is permission. Permit. Advanced. Okay, looks like it's working. Maybe they try again. Okay, let me disable Cloudbot Streamlabs and enable Stream Elements. Unmute and yeah, there might be some conflict between these two chat commands. Yeah, you're not getting even timed out. Work. Could it be? Could it be from Twitch? Okay, this doesn't show now. It doesn't say anything. What the hell is going on? Oh, there you go. I enabled. Saved. Try again. Yeah, this might be a Twitch thing. No shot. Yeah, this might be a Twitch thing. Oh my god. Settings. Yeah, it's either Twitch or something else. I don't know. Either the bots are going crazy. Settings, stream, clip settings, picture permission. Is it at moderation maybe? Ban evasion. Auto mod rule set. Block term and phrases. Ah, there we go. Block hyperlinks. That's why. It was on Twitch, man. I don't know if this will work now. There we go. There we go, bro. There we go. Yeah, it was from Twitch, Twitch setting. Chat option, block hyperlinks, that's why it didn't work. But I still need to remove one from Streamlabs, maybe? Permit to we do that. Go. Now it should say only my name. Yeah, there you go. I don't know if you can change. I changed the bot name to my name in Stream Elements. Okay, so we fixed that. Okay, holy moly. There we go. Go back. Wait, what the hell? Why did it delete it? Bro. Oh my god. History. So I need to have both. I think I need to have both. Let me change the command back to the title. Where is it? Permit. Need to check this out off stream eventually. Figure out. I should keep only one bot. Commands. Permit to. So I need to change the name to back to normal so it gives here both. There we go. Now it should work. Yeah, I think yeah, it's a bit of conflict between Stream Elements and Streamlabs. Let's check this. $964 million DPS deck stack Siege Ballista. Uber eaten in 3 seconds. Holy shit. Show the mods. Show the map. Show the mods. Okay, that's pretty insane. That is pretty insane. Okay. That was pretty insane. I mean, even this one is good.
This
It's
is
not
the
bad.
reason why we want to stack as much as possible.
But yeah,
dexterity
the
as we
other
can so
one-
we can summon more villains. Usually for the chest, we would normally use wild red.
It shows them at start. I'm blind. Might be dyslexic, I don't know. Yeah, it's not required. That's too much. Oh, there we go. Exposure, temporal chains, for additional proj. 70% less damage. Sheesh. 70% less damage, okay. Blind on hit. That's the important one. That's a lot of tankiness. So that means if it wasn't for that mod, it would have been 0.5 seconds or something, 1 second. That's kind of crazy. Holy moly. Let's see, does this guy, this one is like starter items, right?
Most important mod, which is 1% increased damage per 15 dexterity, has been added to the Breeze Grab.
Oh, let's see Maven.
With Fractal Thoughts.
Fractal
which gives us
Thoughts.
a lot and also synergize pretty well with dexterity stacking. Next, you would want to get Astromantis Amulet.
Is this
You
Maven?
would want to get Astromantis Amulet, which gives us a lot and also synergize pretty well with dexterity stacking. Next, you would want to get
Is it
Astromantis
Chayula?
Amulet, especially in early modes, so you
Tankiness.
can easily
Yeah,
start
this
stacking
one is
some
not
dexterity
tanky.
while having enough of other attributes to equip
The
your
feared,
other
yeah.
gear and gems. Later on, you can craft some nice increased dex and attributes amulet, but I played both last 2 leagues with Astromantis only from start until the far end game. Next, Dark and Flight boots are really
I mean,
nice for this build.
if
since
you
it gives
can
us a lot
kill
of
them
defenses.
fast,
Turning
defense
shock
does
to
not
chill
matter,
ground
right?
immunity to +2 life per 10
Kill before
dexterity,
get
and
killed.
some nice life regen while moving. This should be your most expensive unique in the first few days of the league. Usually it was around 1 exalt on day 1. From unique jewels, main ones are Fluid Motion Jewel, which gets positioned.
I mean,
in
this
the
is
jewel socket
overall,
down from the temple.
This is the starting of the build. Overall, pretty cheap uniques, like day 1, day 2. Yeah.
Starting point of
The boots are the
This
most
jewel
expensive.
transforms all strength with
1
get
exalt or
allocated
so.
nodes to
2 exalts
dexterity.
maybe.
The next one is Rain of Splinters.
Rain of
jewel,
Splinters.
and this one was usually a bit pricey for the past 2 leagues due to the popularity of explosive arrows.
Yeah, this one is gonna be kind of hard to get in first day. Or second day, depends on how fast you are, how much currency you have. Especially for the good roll one for 30%, 35% reduced damage. Yeah, you can just run GMP until you get
This
it.
should not be the case this league, even though EF Ballistas are still an amazing league starter build. Third unique jewel is Brawn, which again allows you to stack some more dexterity. Later on, as you acquire more currency, you would want
I mean,
to
looks
snipe
pretty good for
watching
Legion
guys
also.
with full penetration, while affected
Doesn't-
by hatred, which
doesn't
is
look
not
bad.
usually expensive. The only problem we will have a bit this league are timeless jewels, since divine orbs are going to be pretty rare and expensive.
Yep,
Last
yep.
unique jewel I would invest in is Split Mercenality, with flat dexterity and life, since for those ones we need more levels to have enough jewel sockets to socket them in. Self-crafted with essences, just try to snipe the synthesis in the Hierophant is a nice
I mean, this
and
one,
strong option with
yeah, definitely looks pretty strong. Hierophant, Siege Ballista, Dex Stacker. Fuck you, autocorrect. Siege Ballista, Dex Stacker. Crazy. Yes. not so tanky. Can start with cheap. Let's see. So we got that. There was which one I saw yesterday? This is Aristocrats EA, yeah. Reno Splinters is only for clear though, yeah. Super Friendly for Ball Face for Exarch. Yeah, you can use the ballistas to tank the balls. I think I played it also. I do not remember. I lost when I reinstalled the Path of Building. I lost some of my builds that I played from years ago. And yeah, rip. I cannot recover that. I forgot to save the data files and shit. So I kind of got screwed on that. There was the other one. Which one I saw? Lightning arrow. But there was a build that you can. Someone said you can transition to the new elemental hit, transcender gem. Transfigure it. Where was it? Elemental hit.
A lot of conjecture about this in my own Discord. And yeah, people are really starting to come around and think of this brand new elemental hit of Spectrum.
Yeah, this one. Elemental hit of Spectrum. So you could eventually start with lightning arrow and then transition into elemental hit of Spectrum? Question mark?
As a potential best leveling skill gem right out the gate. Now the problem is transfigure gem could be very expensive, could be hard to get your hands on it, especially if you're kind of racing from the start. But for those of you who are more casual, for those of you who maybe start late, for those
only for leveling, it could be good end game. I think there might be some builds coming up with elemental hit of Spectrum. The damage looks pretty good. And yeah, you can do you do all 3 types of damage instead of the old one. Deals no damage of the other damage types. Instead, on this one you do all 3.
Those of you who don't really understand how to scale things as well, this is going to be a spectacular change, I think, for you guys. You guys are going to get the most out of this because simultaneously, the gem will be much cheaper later throughout the league to level with or to do, you know, early endgame stuff, really early endgame stuff. And the stipulations
might be expensive
or to scale the damage is way simpler than it is for both elemental hit as a standalone gem and
I think I'm gonna do
so lightning arrow is basically considered
I'm gonna farm a little bit of Merciless Slap
the best
to get
the de facto best in slot
the
leveling
VD gem
skill gem for elemental bows. There are players like Havoc who have proven time and time again how
if I get lucky with drops, maybe
take it all the way up to even pinnacle bosses, ultimately on pretty scrappy gear apparently.
The DD chain reaction.
Anyway,
not VD.
This is a big deal for a lot of us, even for people like me who kind of try to get there fast and get to the end. And while at the end, the numbers that are granted baked into the gem, which is the big deal, just look at how much flat damage that is. While those numbers are big, they of course get diluted by incredibly well-rolled gear at the end of the day, and so maybe the difference isn't that profound at the end. But in the beginning, make no mistake, this is going to be an incredible gem. So let's compare, first of all, elemental hit and elemental hit of Spectrum here. On the left, the numbers are the highest, but it only selects one.
I don't know, maybe I think still LA might have better clear. Didn't they added they showcase the new support, the new support gem that works on triggers on uniques or whatever, that splits into 3 smaller attacks when you do bossing? I forgot the name of the gem, the support gem. Isn't that work? Does that work on lightning arrow? Do you know what I'm talking about? Of the, I forgot the name. Fuck. Brain. Yeah, the wisp thing. For Wander. Fuck. Oh, that's what I saw, the kinetic bolt. Yeah, you could play LA Hit Wander. You might be onto something here. That could be pretty good bosser. The new unique wand. I think I saw it.
Element each time, and this is some really squirrely ramifications for like, how do you scale it? Well, do you do like flat roll?
Oh yeah, I saw it. It's like +1 wisp
with gem levels, because that could be good too. So you just try to scale with like elemental.
So it goes up to 4, right? Or 3? 4. Yeah. Dual wield for 4 wisps. I'm wondering, people might, I mean, I think there's gonna be a bosser. I don't know how it's gonna work for mapping. I mean, if you do delirium and stuff, well, definitely for, I think, elemental hit of Spectrum plus double wands, the new wisp wand, and the support wisp gem. There might be a crazy bosser this league. Where can I see the
penetration or percent elemental damage or more damage? The scaling can be kind of weird on, especially when you get into the POB. It doesn't scale in ways you might think it would, and it can be kind of difficult to understand. It's definitely not a dummy-proof gem. It's a little bit hard to work around, actually. And then it even has more conditions on the bottom, where it says like more damage per elemental ailment on the enemy. Gives even more of quality, gives more AoE if there was the same matching
before
element
the Qs go up.
Very particular.
Keybind portal scroll.
And TLDR, the new transfigure gem's way simpler.
House 5, bro.
The only real conditional thing you have to worry about is the line where it says it does more damage per elemental ailment on the enemy. So with 20 quality, I think they match up and they're identical. 15% more damage per elemental ailment on the enemy, and you'll typically have 3. With regular elemental hit,
we have taken a realm down to begin deploying Pathofexile Necropolis. Follow the server for updates and on queues, patching, and more.
I mean,
start patching.
Start patching, guys. Tier 2 bow, tier 2 flat roll.
Okay.
Caliber damage baked into the skill gem, gifted to you for free at level 20, of course.
Open up, start patching.
And you're typically going to have elemental ailments going out for all 3 of those. I mean, it's already baked into the skill gem too. You don't even need to worry about the conditions of critting or getting other forms of freeze, shock, and ignite rolls. And the same can be said for elemental hit. However, the same cannot be said for lightning arrow. So lightning arrow can confuse a lot of people as well, because it says you can just do way more damage, or rather way more shock, but you still have to be able to shock. So there's condition there. So a lot of brand new players will run lightning arrow and not even be shocking enemies, for example. But with elemental hit with Spectrum, you will automatically be shocking, chilling. You're probably going to be freezing, because that is a lot of cold damage. So you may get the full quadruple elemental ailments out, which was ignite, shock, chill, and freeze.
Okay, start patching.
Which would basically give you a 160%.
53 megabytes? Wait, let's see.
I guess effective damage. And that's an important number. It's actually a really important number because you'll notice
big
that
is the
elemental
patch?
hit and elemental spectrum do not say anything there, or rather elemental spectrum, I guess, here on this UI does. Says attack damage 100% of base, whereas lightning arrow
Locating
says
space.
up to 154% of base. The number's actually...
Okay, 1 second, 1 second. Go back to video in 1 second. 5.33 gigabytes. Okay, that's pretty fast. Not a big patch. Okay. Okay, we're good with that. Starting patch. Very nice. Let's go back to the video.
lower when you're still leveling a skill gem, which is a big deal, which gives even more credence to the power of this transfigured gem or elemental hit in general while you're leveling.
So, farm Merciless Lab for a few hours, I think. I need to get the DD of chain reaction and also get green gems also. Elemental hit of spectrum, definitely gonna need to get this one. I think it's gonna be quite expensive on trade. This and definitely date of chain reaction.
Because you get the full force of that. It's not 130, it's 154, 160%, 145, or maybe 160% on elemental hit of spectrum. I don't want to get too lost in these numbers. It kind of depends on the elemental element situation, but to me, it's kind of a wash. You know, you're typically going to see roughly around the same amount of effective damage percent out, depending on, you know, again, it is conditional. Lightning arrow does give one small bonus where it does get to take on the stats of the physical damage from the bow itself, but you'll see if the
Also because it hits up to 2 nearby enemies near the target.
added lightning damage there at the end, and if you put this on a spine bow, it's 170 damage. All right, it's 170 flat damage effectively that you're getting on a spine bow with just a gem before rolls on the bow. Now for elemental hit on the left, that number is about 672. If you go ahead and you average all these out, select one elemental damage type, average it all out, one arrow hit, 672 flat damage. With the transfigured gem, 699 flat damage, and you're getting all 3 elemental elements. So that is a really big number, and that's of course going to scale as you level, whether you upgrade your gear or not. And that's the real big kicker, and especially for the casual end player, the player who's even for really fast players who don't really want to take their time and try to like work on upgrading their gear, this is a really big deal because you're going to have respectable damage all throughout the campaign and all throughout, you know, leveling the skill gem. And then on top of that, elemental hit has a bonus of being capable of scaling through gem levels, whereas lightning arrow does not really. Weapon and not a... The problem is, of course, it's a transfigured gem. Now, you're going to be able to get your hands on one. It's going to cost a ton in the very beginning, I suspect, especially if people like me put it on blast. But anyway, a lot of people skill gem.
Well,
same cannot be said with lightning arrow. I know a lot of you who have leveled lightning arrow, you'll periodically find yourselves in dire need of a bow upgrade because it's starting to feel pretty dang weak. You know, if you keep going and never upgrading your bow, for example. A quill rain may in fact be the best way to level. A quill rain with elemental hit of spectrum may in fact be the fastest way to level in the game now.
Need to test.
If it is enough damage. I don't know.
Okay. So we got that. There was something else that I wanted to add. So we got Inquisitor, Crit, DD, Ventura leveling guide, in original Ryutu build, Archmage, Ball Lightning, Hierophant. Good for hardcore, high defense, good damage. It's probably gonna be pretty expensive to gear up towards end game. Trickster, Exsanguinate Mines from Crouching Tuna. Able to hit 30 mobs, good for Legend, decent defense. Good, clear, good damage. Actually, we can do pretty good damage. Pretty good damage. There we go. And there was at least one build that I saw that looked interesting. Forgot the name. League starter. There was another one. This put Archmage Ice Nova of Frostbolts. Huge DPS. This is another version. It is with Ice Nova instead of Ball Lightning. This.
Hi, Scissorin here with another league starter for the 324 Necropolis League. This is going to be Ice Nova of...
Yeah, give me the HD version.
Frostbolts. And this is another Goratha bait build. For those that have been enjoying the last collabs with Goratha, they've all been pretty insane, a lot of the time setting the meta. This is a Archmage build, and I will say this build does come with some warnings. This is not as...
Wait, am I still it's because I'm downloading using all the speed. 85%. Okay. This might be more interesting to play, I think. Way more better clear than the Ball Lighting. This looks a bit more smoother. Okay, waiting to download this. Finish the update. 92. Let's go. Is the queue up? Queue. They said queue up, I think. Is start patching. Okay. Queue is not up. Okay. Okay, patching is done. Loading. Let's see. I thought does clear the cage, right? Here we go. 2 hours and 31 minutes. Okay. Okay, server is down for maintenance. Server is down for maintenance. Okay, let's go back on this.
Is it new player friendly as some of the other builds that we posted out? And that's because crafting mana gear and things like that can be a little bit weird, and we're going to be using Arcanist brand for the clear. So if you're completely new to Pathofexile and this sounds scary, then we do have a lot of other league starters. But It looks insanely strong. Garatha was just showing me some footage. Let's hear from Garatha about how the build plays and how it does bosses.
So the playstyle is going to depend on whether or not you want to use Arcanist Friend for mapping or self-cast Frostbolt. The general idea is you cast Frostbolts, and then on the Frostbolts, you're casting Ice Nova of Frostbolts. With Arcanist Friend, the playstyle is you throw out Arcanist Friend, the Arcanist Friend will cast Frostbolt, and they'll return really fast, because the way you return Proj works with Arcanist Friend is you have a limited distance for which the projectile can travel, because of the Arcanist Friend line that says...
I mean, it looks pretty interesting to play, looks pretty fun.
This works really well if you turn Proj, because it returns faster, basically. Their Frostbolts are on top of the target more likely, or more often. So I prefer the Frostbolt of Arcanist Friend a lot more for single target, and I was actually clearing with it, and it felt pretty good to me for clearing. A lot of people prefer to self-cast it for clearing though, but you're always going to be using Arcanist Friend for single target. This is the boss single target damage setup. Now, like I said, the playstyle is you cast the Frostbolts, however you're casting them, and then you spam Ice Nova. That's the general playstyle. We have a couple buttons we can press that make the build a lot stronger. Arcane Cloak. This is the big one. This is a lot of your defense and a lot of offense as well. I recommend you self-cast this, but you can technically automate it if you want to be super lazy. I am personally going to self-cast it. Then we have Sigil, Power, and Frost Shield. These aren't really required. You can either self-cast these or automate them, or maybe not.
Look at that hit pull. Hit pull looks pretty good.
They're very strong. It's just a lot of extra buttons to be clicking.
But
I think a lot of people will probably try to automate them somehow. You can do that by the new automation gem, or
not gonna be having the uptime that
focus helmet. There's a couple ways
that
to do
often
it.
on Arcane Cloak. Right?
If I use them, I probably will self-cast them again. It's a lot of extra buttons, but they are very, very strong. Frost Shield is a bit annoying as well if you automate it, because you have to stand in the Frost Shield. So if you like automate it and
270k
behind you
effective
when
hit
you're running
pull.
already, it's like
70k fizz pull.
That one could be worth the self-casting. Now, I think I probably will use Cold Arms
76 max
but if I need
res.
gem slots, this will probably be the first thing I drop. And then the Curse. If you're cursing Punishment, this is another thing you have to cast. That's kind of the general playstyle. The build is really fun to map with. I was enjoying it quite a bit. Some people might think it's a bit slow, but it actually felt pretty good to me.
So as you see, super fun, very different from anything else. A scary thing about this is crafting mana gear can be pretty daunting, getting high rolls, especially on weapons. Like the essences only affect gear, and this is a good way that you can force mana on armorization gear, but can be a little bit tricky to craft. So that should be interesting to see. But this looks so strong. Like some of the things that Garatha was showing was just face tanking Drox. And gotta remember, this is weaker than how Archmage should be in the next patch, because you'll have so much more mana because it uses less mana this patch. So that's why you're gonna see a lot of people going Archmage, but again, a little bit scary for new players. It is very different than a super handholdy build. If this build guide helps you have a great league start, please consider subscribing. It helps me and my team out a lot. So, as normal, we're using Path of Building. If you're not familiar with how Path of Building works, we do have a video going over that. It's a very tendency point to take at what time will also be in the different trees.
Leveling.
And Garatha was looking for some different ways to level than just Armageddon Brand and Cremation. Now, if you're really familiar with that, you absolutely can level with Armor Brand, Cremation, and Desecrate. A lot of people love leveling like that, but if you're getting kind of bored of that, he was leveling with Firestorm with Archmage, so literally leveling with an actual Archmage build, and he was doing it with the old Archmage gem, which is weaker than the one we're gonna have. And I mean, the Duresto damage here in the campaign speaks for himself. This is on a fresh playthrough, and the Claire looks okay, so it looks like it could be a pretty fun way to level. And then here we have, when you're switching over to Ice Nova, of Frostbolts, but obviously that's the thing, you do need the Transfigured Gem, so you do want to grind that out. You can either do normal...
Check the notes section.
Go to the notes as well. There are loads of explanations of things that could be easy to fuck up for the build, tips for leveling, and definitely read through that before you go through it. Gear sets, early on, very...
Wasn't the Armageddon Brand strong? In Affliction? It was pretty meta, no? Was it Armageddon Brand or so let's put this one on 5. Hierophant, Archmage, Ice Nova of Frost Balls. Okay, and there was another one. I saw. Brand. Penance brand. No, it was Penance brand. This one might be got nerfed a little bit. Penance brand of dissipation. Post nerf 6 days ago. Grimdraw. Goodbye tornado shot. Hello wonder. Wait, didn't they introduce the new transfigured tornado shot gem? Isn't that good?
On about day 2 or 3. And on top of that, I also want to share with you guys a little bit about my thoughts on the endgame mapping build meta after the big nerf to tornado shot. So without further ado, let's get straight into it. What am I going to be league starting? Well, big surprise, but I'm going to be league starting bows, but something a little bit new. I'm going to be league starting elemental hit of the spectrum.
I told you. Okay, there we go. I mean yeah. This is gonna be good.
From artillery ballista Deadeye. So I'm gonna be combining the great clear speed and clear of elemental
with artillery ballista and Deadeye. Okay.
Hit of the spectrum alongside the great single target damage of artillery ballista. It's a pretty tried and true combination with the slight variation of changing out the traditional lightning arrow for the new elemental hit gem. So this is a new transfigured gem here. It's got pretty much all of the upsides of the old elemental hit. It's got huge base damage, gem scaling, which allows you to not rely on your bow as much early, but it's also got far fewer of the downsides. There's a pretty big notable downside of elemental hit, is that when you're attacking with one of the elements that you've chosen, you can't deal any damage of the other elements, meaning you couldn't use a tri-elite bow or anything along those lines. This gem doesn't have that downside. In addition to that, of course, the damage is just crazy, and it definitely does more damage if you have everything lined up than Lightning Arrow, meaning in the early game, it's definitely the clear winner. Now, it is a transfigured gem though, so you might need to go ahead and do lab, but of course you wouldn't catch me dead doing lab, so I'm gonna buy this gem myself, but that does kind of bring in a bit of a problem. What if there is no elemental hit of the spectrums on the market? Well, if I can't get an elemental hit of the spectrum, I'm just going to use Lightning Arrow until I can. So you get the best of both worlds. If elemental hit is crazy and it's doing everything you want and they're available, you can play an upgraded version of the traditional bow build. If it's bugged or it sucks for whatever reason or there's not available, you can just revert to the old pair of shoes, which is Lightning Arrow.
True,
if you want more information on why this element
makes sense. I mean, it's worth giving it a try for sure.
Lightning Arrow or bows before in PoE, and you want to get started on the undisputed best mapping league starter of the game, check out these two videos. First and foremost, this video from Thubgun. It's only 5 minutes long. It talks about why Ellie hit is so strong. I'll link that down below. And then the second video here is a full guide updated for 3.24 online.
Did a video also.
Tune-up. Those should cover pretty much all of your league start needs and explain everything there is to know about this league starter and the potential substitution of Lightning Arrow for Elemental Hit. So let's move on to that second build, which I'm hoping to reroll to on day 2 or 3 here, and what my big mapping blaster juicer character is going to be for patch 3.24. But first, let's take a look at the damage. Tornado Shot is arguably one of the strongest skills of all time. It's been viable and meta for years, and Grinding Gear Games has finally taken the opportunity to bring it down not one, not two, but many, many pegs in terms of power. It was the most played skill in Affliction and many other leagues before that. So is it still going to be the top mapping build which dominates everything else? Is it still going to be the king? Well, as someone who's been playing this build for literally years through thick and thin, no matter what happens, Let me give you guys my opinion here. So first of all, there's pretty much 2 nerfs to this skill. The first is a reduction to its attack speed, and
Minus
the second
20%.
is a reduction to the amount of projectiles that it fires. Both of them are pretty damn heavy nerfs. So the first and most simple one is the attack speed nerf. So it's been reduced from 100% of your base attack speed to 80% of your attack speed.
I mean, 20% is not that big nerf. I think the most important one is the arrows.
20% less attacks and therefore have 20% less damage. But you're also going to clear a little bit slower, as you're not going to be able to shoot as fast. You can kind of think of it as a little bit more of, kind of standing still in your maps. I tested this on standard, it's definitely noticeable, and there's also a nerf to Soul Leader in this patch, which is also another attack speed reduction. Now, on high end of the gear, I don't think you'd even really notice this. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
What I will say is on lower ends of the gear, if you're re-rolling on day, 3, 4, 5...
It's on high end tornado shot, you invest hundreds of divines.
In week 1, you will notice this, and you will
At least
deal
I
less
did.
damage. It will feel
Last league.
less nice. And also, it'll have a higher chance to hit you while you're trying to cast your tornado shot, all sorts of stuff like that. It just isn't going to feel great. Although, this absolutely would not be enough to kill the build. If this is all it was, I wouldn't even bat an eye. I'd be rolling tornado 1 secondary projectile at 20% quality to 40% projectile speed. Now, because of the Ranger Mastery with bows, you can turn that 40% projectile speed into 40% damage, which could be pretty good, but you are losing 1 secondary projectile. What is a secondary projectile? Well, let me quickly bring up paint here, and I will show you guys what a secondary projectile is. Paint, here we go. All right, not Cortana, we don't want Cortana. Let's see, paint is starting up here. Now, normally when you, sorry for the flashbang, normally when you shoot out a projectile with tornado shot, it will detonate and shoot out a lot of what makes tornado. Okay, not a big deal either. Where you will notice it though is when you go ahead and try and take tornado shot into higher end 4 enemies at once, and times however many arrows you had, times however many chains you had, that's what happened. Shot. So that an absolute tornado shot addict.
It doesn't say anything about the new transfigured tornado shot gem. Didn't they added one this league? Or am I tripping?
Like if you looked at my blood under a microscope, then tornado shot. So let's first of all let me lay out all the options for end game kind of juicing mapping builds here. Well, based on what I know so far, there might be others. You guys can comment them down below. But let me give you guys the lowdown on what I am feeling and what I'm thinking, and then finally why I came to the conclusion I did. All right, so first and foremost, you can stay Lightning Arrow or the new Transfigured Elemental Hit. You can stay both of those. You can roll around. You can change your Artillery Ballista for a Mana Forged Arrow setup, and you can absolutely blast the highest levels of content. As I mentioned earlier, it has that shotgunning effect thanks to the AoE component of the skill. It's going to be great in high-end content. It's also going to be great in low-end content. Overall, it's going to be a fantastic setup, and I know a lot of people are doing that, and it's going to be a complete blaster. And I would actually rank both of these in terms of clear above Tornado Shot for the most part. Now, I'm not saying they're going to be more fun to play. Those other 3, overall, these 3 are kind of the other 3 big reasons, but it's not what I'm
okay
to be the skill which I will be re-rolling to on day 2 or 3.
Kinetic Blast. It's gonna be huge because of the Wisp, no? In the ones.
Use the Transfigured Gem or the new support gem in my build. I'm going to go and run it back to an old classic, and that is going to be Nimbus Kinetic Blast. So Nimbus Kinetic Blast is actually a build which I personally, from my experience, consider to have the best AoE map clear in the game. And it's even better than old Tornado Shot, pre-nerf. I rank it above everything that I've played personally. And the reason for that is that it can shoot in all directions, and thanks to Awakened Fork, it actually does more damage and clears better. It was the next hot thing, and I was ready to go ahead and league start it for every single league after that. But then they changed how the Nimbus ring worked. It was standing. Now that would happen regardless.
Okay.
On the
Anything else?
You get shield charge here, but we'll go ahead and I'll show you guys a map here. So you can see that it shoots in a full 360, pretty much smashing everything. But you do have
you need
frames playing.
You need a good PC for this Kinetic Blast build.
As you can see, it probably looks terrible, but you can smash everything around. I will say this build is on pretty good gear right now.
This is mostly what people do in Legion Legion carries.
I'd say it's probably on about maybe week 1 gear for a blasting person. You know, if you blast the game a lot, you would probably have like this gear on like week 1, myself included. So it's definitely pretty good gear that we are showcasing endgame right now. So you can pretty much say you just shoot anywhere on the screen and it kills everything. You can stand in the middle of the Legion and you just smash it. It just all goes kaboom, and then you just pick up any stragglers. So maybe there's some over here. Go down here. Oh, the lag. But you know, it is what it is. That's the price of greatness. And the League Lightning Arrow, when I was testing that, I couldn't do that on Lightning Arrow either. Now, when you do get sort of bossing content, but as you can see here, it's got pretty damn good map clear. You're not going to have any issues, and it's crazy tanky, so you can go that as well. But overall, this is going to be my League starter.
Crazy tanky? How tanky?
Which I'm hopefully going to go for. So I'm going to be playing Lightning Arrow and Elemental Hit until I can get the following items. So I've tested it out, and what you need to swap over to Nimbus Kinetic Blast is a reasonable wand. This one's pretty insane. You don't need something like this. I've played with no Omniscience on my build, and you can go 100% use an absolute piece of poo wand and get by, but you do need a okay wand. I'm just going to whoop one off trade or try and get a fracture and slam some essences at it, and I'm also going to need a Nimbus ring. Now this is the one which has me a little concerned. This ring is from Uber Eater of Worlds, and the Uber Eater of Worlds is now definitely more difficult to
it's gonna be really expensive.
Uber Eater of Worlds.
Okay.
As I mentioned, it's way harder because you need to do the T17 maps, fragments, and Lightning Arrow for the new.
So yeah, Elemental Hit of Spectrum. Definitely need to add that. 6. I think with Deadeye, Elemental Hit of Spectrum, or you can do Deadeye, Lightning Arrow into Elemental Hit of Spectrum. We can do also. Do you play Deadeye as a Wonder? Can you? I think you can, right? Or you can go Trickster. Deadeye, Trickster. Elemental Hit of Spectrum. Plus 2x Wisp Wand plus Wisp Port Gem plus 2 Wisp Wand. Let's see. Eight. There was another build I forgot. Let me go back. Let me go back. Let's see. Does this guy have he'll be? Let's check this one. Level 100. There we go. New. Import. For that. Okay. Save as. It's doing a Brand in quiz. Is it yeah, dissipation. $132. Yeah, Penance Brand of Dissipation. But this is gonna be pretty expensive, so yeah. Definitely gonna need to run a lab for this one. So blue gems, we have blue gems that we need to get. We also fuck DD. So we're gonna need yeah, blue gems and green gems. We need to get that for the Merciless Lab. Get a bunch of those and do like a few hours of Merciless Lab. And let's see. Create another shot. No. Kinetic Bolt. Penance Brand in quiz. And this is the same thing, I think, right? Yeah, this is the same build. I saved it twice, 132. And this one. Yeah, 132. I saved it 2 times. Oops. Delete this one. There we go. So green and blue gems. Okay. Penance Brand of Dissipation. Definitely need to add this one. Penance Brand of Dissipation. In quiz. Feel good. Okay. Is there any other POB?
Damage it's going to do.
Anyone else did the POB of this one? Strongest league starter. Atlas strategy.
Consider. You should definitely not neglect that. But the big thing that changed this league is that you can now have 3 Atlas trees saved at the same time. And this doesn't just make it more flexible to change tree that is unlocked, but it should veins inside your map whenever there's Nico chance. Nico is mainly there to set up for packed with energy right here. So whenever you're going to have free voltaxic sulfide veins inside your map whenever there's Nico up, and you can actually get that to 100%, so it's now very reliable. What this gives you is up to 3 maximum LE resistance,
pretty good,
105% increased damage, and most importantly 45% movement speed. I think that unless you have an aura bot, this is an absolute no-brainer personally. Even if your character is strong enough, even if you're playing like DD or something like that, and you don't necessarily need the character power or the defenses, the 45% movement speed are just incredible either way. Also, if you plan on using elemental flasks at all somewhere in mid-game, the +3 maximum res is even more effective. But either way, that's basically what we're doing. So our strat from here on out is basically just get up here as fast as possible to unwavering vision. Your maps cannot be modified by fragments, doesn't really matter, we don't really need to. Scarabs cannot be found in your map. Now this is a very controversial one, a lot of people think that is not worth it, and I agree later, but the way I see it play out early is there's 109 different scarabs, and almost none of them are going to be worth a lot because not that many people are going to look after it, and the most expensive ones are apparently hidden behind red maps anyways. So what's going to happen is you're going to have like 1 or maximum 2 of each of those 100 different scarabs, and are you actually going to sit there and sell them for 1 or 2 chaos, right? So even if you could argue you're going to lose a chaos here, a chaos there, are you actually willing to do that trade? Because you won't have both. I don't think so. And the upside of this node here is just incredible. It grants 20 Atlas passive points. Now you might say, well, pal, but you have to path up so much anyways. That's not really true because along the way, we're going to pick up a lot of things over time. And in reality, it only really costs us 4 points to get there. So we're basically getting 60. Now, in terms of rushing to the top, I will make 2 exceptions on the way. The first one is shaping the mountains, which I will take. It's just too convenient to take right here, especially for early. And then I will take packed with energy, which at this point, you're going to have a total of 48% chance to get a Nico. So in every second map, you're getting all of that speed and damage and survivability. From what it seems like, the most controversial thing about this tree is that I'm not going for Kirak immediately, which might be a mistake. My personal experience, I never really needed Kirak in white maps. And at this point,
keys are open. Oh my god.
White maps. So that's why I'm going to use, I think, up to 26 points. At 26 points, I'm going to
miss the queue.
Unwavering vision, at which point we're going to be in yellow maps, and then I can spec all of these at once because I'm going to get those 20 passive points. So I'm going to spec up here. In case you guys are wondering why I'm not going to the side or why I'm not pathing differently, it's mainly because I'm setting up for like 60, 70 points down the road. There's no real reason. And at this point, we would have to probably even use Orbs on Making with how much we would have to respec. But yeah, at 26 points, you get up here. And now you get 20 points to play with. Well, okay, now that we've set it up, we might as well go for Kirak. So now we have 20 points at once. And we cannot just take Kirak, which is what I would have done if I wasn't pathing up here at like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I would have taken all the Kirak points, and then I would still be down here, and I couldn't really progress at all. What I'm going to do afterwards is I'm also going to take Expert Reconnaissance. This is already in preparation for red maps. In case you guys don't know, when it comes to Kirak missions, they fall off hard in red maps because you actually need corrupted maps to get completions on them. But if you're dropping some Val scouting reports or you're buying, you can also buy them. I guess you don't have to take it, but I assume it's worth it because they're quite common among scouting reports. You're going to get corrupted maps, which helps you quite a bit. So that's already in preparation, not necessarily...
Okay, there was another build that I wanted to add to the list. I forgot. RF, maybe RF Chieftain. King of Fire is back. Aziz made a...
Hi, Zizrin here with another video collab with
just
Pops,
now, 37 minutes ago.
Yeah, you know what build it is.
Yeah, add this one also.
Hi, Scissorin here with another build
building.
collab. This time, it is of course Righteous Fire. So, this is Righteous Fire, and this is a very staple Pathofexile build. Red Ring of Fire around you. A lot of you are already familiar with it, and this is such a good build for league starting. It's really good for clearing. It does fall off a little bit on Ubers and stuff like that, but you will have one of the smoothest and juiciest starts. And this is actually really good if you have any like disabilities or anything like that, maybe only one arm, and you want a build that's less click intensive. This might be the build for you, because you can absolutely run around with just mouse button one or a joystick using like one additional key for fire trap. A lot less intensive on clicking than other builds. If this build guide helps you have a great league start, please consider subscribing. It helps me and my team out a lot. Next up, we're gonna hear from Pox about how the build plays.
Righteous Fire has a very easy, relaxed playstyle. All you gotta do is activate your Righteous Fire and choose to either walk or shield charge
we know that.
your maps. For players who want to be a little bit slower because they don't
leveling.
During the leveling stages of the build, we'll be using Rolling Magma and Flame Wall. You want to make sure you drop the Flame Wall first and shoot the Rolling Magma into it for bonus damage. For targets who are extra tanky, we'll also be using Flammability, which we will later change to Punishment.
What's so nice about this build, it's such a great starter because it's so easy to gear and things like that. But let's hear from Pox about what's changed with the build from last league.
So Righteous Fire last league got a removal of basically your plus gem scaling. This means it's a bit harder to scale into the end game, but it also allows you to scale even faster in the campaign and early maps. One of the nice things about the newest Ascendancy we're playing on, which is Chieftain, is you now only have to stack fire resistance. This makes it exceptionally easy for beginners and even mid players because you never have to look for your cold or lightning res ever again. This is one of the awesome advantages with Sallow Cleansing Water. It's also got built-in explodes from the Ascendancy. This really allows it to overperform over the Chieftain
This might
and
be
the
also
without needing
really good to
expensive
play.
boots like Legacy of Fury. This is completely built into the class. Also, it's got the best time on map mods. We have this node called Ramako's Sun's Light, which makes it so any form of elemental resistance never applies to us. Mobs gaining endurance charges doesn't matter. Mobs having fire res does not matter. It does come with some downsides though. Being stationary on Ramako's Sun's Light can be a little tricky when it comes to bossing. For mapping, it's not really too much of a deal. Chieftain also unfortunately doesn't get a massive power spike of sustain from the Ascendancy like Juggernaut or Inquisitor, so you might have a little bit less sustain than you're comfortable with until you pick up some cheap uniques like Rise of the Phoenix, or simply get your maximum fire resistance up.
Awesome. Thanks so much for the strong intro. So we're going to look through the Path of Building right now. If you're not familiar with Path of Building, it's a third-party tool we use. It's very useful, and you will use it a lot as a Pathofexile player. We do have a video that explains how it's used if you aren't familiar with it. Now, a thing I love mentioning for this is that Pox has literally a Wikipedia for Righteous Fire. So you can see here, you can search for so many different things like why Frostbling or Flame Dash. Like, it'll pretty much answer any question you have, and if you're not able to find it here, then obviously Pox will be able to answer it live, but do check this first. He's put so much effort into it, and I love showing off. It's like the most advanced thing I've seen for a build. So this is something he plays so much. So check that out at pox.net. So this is Path of Building, and as per usual, Pox has made it like a very nice, easy to follow, step by step. And you can see that like ascendancies are built into this as well, so you know exactly what you're taking at what point. This build is that you will need to mule because a marauder doesn't get all the gems you need. Be careful that you don't level up your rolling magma and stuff, because then when you make that new marauder, it won't be able to use them because of the level requirement. So just right click the gem, or just don't touch the gem level up at all. But these are the gems you will need to grab from a witch, and you're just doing Breaking some Eggs and Mercy mission. Other than that, very straightforward here with what you're leveling with early on. So already at level 20, you can switch to Righteous Fire. You do need to do Iron Ring Ruby recipe most likely. It's a red gem and Iron Ring, or if you're able to buy the Ruby rings from the vendor, that's fine as well. Very easy. You get support gems in library, at least some of them, and it's so nice to be able to play your main build later on. So it's quite straightforward. And then later on here, you can see like one of the different endgame setups. And this is more of like a cheap starter, not listing all the awakened gems, etc. And there are a more
So this is go for adorned eventually, which
gear,
is gonna be crazy expensive.
And he's put loads of like notes, like the red color and the yellow color, with extra tips for early on. So make sure you read through those. There's so much hand holding in this guide, which you might need. Other than that, the gear early on, you just get life and resist.
I think I played only one time RF. In Delve League.
Move forward here to like the little bit of an end game setup. You can see that there's not a
or when they did the
amount of
Delve
uniques
thing
in this, and that makes it a really good starter. You really don't want to rely too much on uniques,
contest
especially if
or
you're solo
whatever.
self, and you might have a really hard time finding them. Thankfully, both of these are relatively common, and in Tradely, they're pretty easy to buy. They're not going to set you back multiple divines. You can also see the rest of the gear is quite straightforward. Even at this point, it's not crazy to make. And since you're getting so much of a carry from the Chieftain Explosion, this is going to feel so good. Like even without necessarily having a large amount of gear. Now there's no suppression or anything in this build, so it's very easy to actually gear. So here is a endgame setup, but not using Adorned. So there's two different setups. The Adorned is a little bit more complicated, but these are loads of different uniques that you can go for at the endgame to like really min-max your build. So once you have like a little bit more of a budget and stuff like that. There are some additional notes in the campaign here, but obviously most things are mentioned in the pox.net Wikipedia, so make sure you check that out. So Pox, is there anything that's really easy to mess up with this build?
The main thing that people could mess up on is when you're ready to drop Determination in favor of Malevolence because you want more damage, you want to make sure you're swapping with enough physical damage taken as X element. Primarily, we acquire this through Cloak of Flame, but I also add additional notes on how to get this inside the POB. You want about 60% conversion before you're able to drop your Determination.
So there you have it. I love doing these collabs with Pox, and he is
a very good video. This one is definitely another build that you can play. Looks pretty strong, pretty chill to play if you don't want to press a lot of buttons. Did I got this into... I don't even know. Or F? No? Let's get the build. Cannot copy? Okay, you got it, right? No? Let me check. Yeah, definitely gonna add this one also into the list. This one seems pretty good, pretty chill, pretty easy to play. Save RF. Fine. Easy mode. There we go. Definitely grab that one. Did I add it? The kinetic bolt, penance brand. Archmage Nova of Frost Bolts. Get this build also. Yeah, I didn't add it. Okay, import. There we go. Import. Save Archmage Frost Bolt Ice Nova of Frost Bolts. Ice Nova of Frost Bolts. Hierophant. There you go. Definitely add this one to the build. It's pretty strong. The tanky. What else we have? Isn't there actually there is no current POB this? Explosive trap. Bleed bow. Lad. Zoommancer Necro. Leaguestarter build.
Yo, what's up everybody, it's Tuna. By now I hope you guys have actually figured out the build that you want to play, but I know some of you guys are still looking for atlases to run on day one, and this video is intended for those people. I have made 5 atlases which I think are going to be very good on League Start, you know, tried and true, good mechanics that are guaranteed to give you some decent currencies. However, you're the one that's going to have to figure out whether these mechanics are good for your build, and whether, you know, of course, these are the mechanics that you enjoy, because the most important part is enjoyment. And it's going to make you want to farm more, and if you want to farm more and stay awake longer, you're going to make more currency by virtue and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, first of all, I think you're going to want to progress through the atlas by using this tree that is linked. So I'm going to open up this tree and give you guys a quick little rundown of what it's all about. And make sure that you are using this function here at the top, because I have allocated the nodes in sequence. So it's sort of like going to be taking nodes that I don't think are quite as important last over the nodes that I think are more important for the progression stage. So first of all, this atlas really focuses on dropping maps, and it takes all of the adjacent map nodes. I have made a video about this atlas, so I'm not going to go too much into detail, but basically you're focusing on just getting as many maps as possible, and then you're going to be taking a bunch of scouting reports, which you're going to be getting once you're in
and this probably is going to be good to start with.
Maps, you know, by now you should be maybe like mid-yellow tier maps or so. At 60 completion, because we are using Unwavering Vision, which gives you 20 additional points there. So yeah, we'll be speccing into some their scouting reports, and then from here we will be taking Expedition Bomba and a little bit of Expedition Chance to start, you know, possibly getting some vendor rerolls, because at this point, yellow maps, you want to be getting, you know, some currencies for the masters.
Okay.
Since they're.
Let me check. There was another one. Volcanic Fissure of Snaking. Captain Lance 2 weeks ago. 10 hours ago. No current build. Huh? No POB. Starter 3 days ago. Snaking. Starter guide. This might be good also. Let's see. Yeah, this might be good also.
Transfigured gems, and now we have a big nerf to melee strike starters in the fact that you can't put Ancestral Cry on left click. That's it. That it doesn't kill the archetype, but my god, does it make it more tough to level. The best bossing build. I don't think the best bossing build's going to. We always used to take precise technique, 40% more damage, and then you take like accuracy, you get Jug's accuracy node, and then you'd have like the equivalent of like a skill gem in a bit or whatever to get you through the axe as melee. And you'd have kind of smooth leveling. You'd go from like ground slam into sunder, and then you pick up your bone shatter. Or
Ruthless League Starter.
They had the effect of enduring cry. We've got 10 little leveling trees here. These are kind of rough. You can kind of deviate a bit sometimes, but the early ones are more important. You always take the life because otherwise we. So with our end game gear, everything here has been like measured around that. We'll talk skills now quickly. This is on a 5 link. I put fortify here because I did the math.
This might be good also.
And take something like deep breaths, like stuff like that, rather than run a DPS gem and have to take fortify and tree and then not take deep breaths. I keep clicking things by accident. Look at this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this is on the 5 links. It's like
I think that's pretty much it, to be honest. I think these are the current. I mean, can we add?
I've dropped something else accidentally from the build as well.
Another build to make it 10.
Doing less damage than I was when I started recording.
Does this make it to top 10? Not sure. I don't know.
Pathofexile 3.24 Necropolis League is right around the corner.
Righteous Fire.
Chieftain, or Inquisitor, or Juggernaut. Now, I'm not going to
Archmage,
like
Hierophant.
Archmage, Ball Lightning, Ascendant. Archmage has been fundamentally changed to not scale with increased mana cost, but to scale off of your maximum mana. This essentially solves every problem that the mana archetype has had, and Archmage builds should be extremely powerful going forward because they will synergize very well with the Hierophant. Now, we've got 2 build archetypes here. The first one is going to be from Palstron. This is an Archmage Ball Lightning Hierophant. Now, this ability is relatively easy to pilot. It does very good damage. It is relatively easy to gear. Now, any Archmage Hierophant that you play
Explosive
is going
Trap.
to have a decent amount of upkeep. There's a decent amount of buttons that you're going to have to press. You can no longer put instant skills on your left click this patch anymore. And realistically, you probably won't be able to automate Arcane Cloak too easily. It's going to make you lose links, and that might be a little bit more difficult to deal with. However, Palstron's version is very easy to gear, very easy to pilot, and it should have an extremely high damage ceiling with a lot of gear. This is more of a softcore oriented build, or for people who are relatively experienced with the game and want something that can scale relatively well. Now, on the opposite side of things when it comes to Archmage Hierophant, we do have Garotha's Ice Nova Frostbolt Hierophant. This is a very, very similar concept, but implemented in a very different way. This is using a 2-button setup, which means that you're going to be casting Frostbolts and then casting Ice Novas off of those Frostbolts. This has higher damage early on, but with the way that Garotha's POB is set up, it potentially caps out at a little bit lower damage than what Palstron's is going to be able to provide. This also is a 2-button playstyle on top of all of the other buttons that you're going to have to press, so do keep in mind that this will be a little bit more square fingers than the ball lightning.
Oh, let's see, Pato Matt.
Here. So I've actually been playing the game like on and off ever since my ban. And I decided that this upcoming league really looked interesting, so I made a super secret league starter that I will actually be playing myself. And I decided I was going to share it with you guys, so I prepared a little video just to showcase the build in action. So there you have it.
Nice, bro. Safest
corpse skills.
Top 10 safest league starters.
Builds. You know, I could spare 3 champion builds and maybe like a poison pathfinder. So why
Lightning arrow that die. Corruption fever.
Oh, this cookie! Look at my
champion.
Oh, I would have
Splitting steel. Explosive arrow. Blink arrow. Mirror arrow. Necro.
I'm not here to make you feel. Okay, because it's a minion build that uses bows. It's a minion build that uses bows. Wow.
Sounds like the best minion build out there. Now it uses Rain of Arrows though, so with the Rain of Arrows, you have a little
Anything
bit less
Archmage
but you got some
related.
pretty goddamn good damage. Okay, Rise played it in the Gauntlet. Didn't look too bad. I've seen some people doing that.
Anything minion related.
Okay, I just say generically we have play a Gazi or a Valor Mage minion build. Okay, that is my recommendation. Okay, I'm sure they have a minion build that uses all the minions. I'm sure they got one that uses SRS even post nerf. I think Poison SRS. People were talking about it's fine. I don't know. Check out Valor. Do whatever Valor says. Do whatever Gazi says. Okay.
Toxic Rain.
Talk about minion builds. Okay. I'm sure they got a Spectre one. Okay. You're gonna be able to raise the new bosses as Spectres too. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Okay. You know what's cooler? You get to use those as corpses. Okay,
Splitting
you are the
Steel.
bull in this situation. Okay?
I played Splitting Steel. It's pretty good.
Build number 5.
Pretty fast mapping.
Explosive arrow.
Pretty good, especially end game, bossing and clearing maps.
Zizarin's analog for how I feel about Corrupting Fever. Check out the tweet, okay? Guys, is it okay if I play EA? I just want to, like, the early game before whatever, right? You grind it out on CF, you get this, you get your Paradoxica and your Bell Timber, you get Brittle Boots, okay? You get all that shit. And you hop into those tier 17 maps.
Corrupting Fever. I don't think I ever played Corrupting Fever.
Well, it's Fever Champion, okay? Which I won't play this League Star. I will not be playing Corrupting Fever Champion. CF Champ. It's pretty good. You're farming Delhi, and you're gonna get a lot of skittering scarabs. Right? Pretty sick, man. All the new scarabs, you could be the one feeding the economy. I will not be though, okay? I'm gonna be playing Call of Duty. I swear to God, I'm not playing CF Champ. I swear. I promise. For real. For real. I'm not playing CF Champ this time. I swear. It's sick though. The only thing changed is automation instead of caster damage taken. That's it. That's it, man. You just use automation support. And you're
Might add this one. Might add this one. Building formation, offense, leech, immune damage. Okay. Where is the leveling? Progression. Am I blind? I'm not. Do not see the POB. Is there no POB? No POB for this one? Starter guide? Huh. Corrupting Fever. This is I think it has a POV here. All-in-one POV. There you go. Corrupting Fever Champion. Okay, we can add this one. Corrupting Fever Champion. Polar there. I think that's my 10 best builds for this league. I think these are the ones. Top 10 builds for Propolis. I think these are my top 10, to be honest. These are the builds. Let me add this one to the path of building, because why not? Might play this one also, test it. Corruption, fever. There we go. Yeah, definitely think on one of these. I mean, at least maybe three or four builds of these. I don't know. Should I change? I think change this with Trickster. Yeah. Hierophant, Archmage, Ice Nova, or Frost Balls. Archmage, Frost Nova, off. I think that looks good. Arch, Mage, Nova, Ice Nova, not Frost Nova. Ice Nova, Ice Nova, bro. Ice Nova of Frost Bolts. I got this one. I got the POB for that. I think I got it right. Ice. Wait, I didn't got it. I got it. Ice Nova, got it. I got it. There we go. Okay. So we have quite a few builds to play. I'm pretty sure there are more, but I think these are probably the best to play for now. More will come up in the next 2 weeks or so, I think. But yeah, looking good so far. Looking good. 1 hour and 30 minutes until next until the league is open. There is also Cultist, Ice Nova, Frostbolts. Interesting. And Trickster. There is, so there we have Hierophant, Trickster, and Occultist. Okay, I think that's it. I think this is it. This is it for now. Now I'm just gonna wait for yeah, for the queue to open. Saw too late. Got pretty screwed with the queue. I was looking on internet. You can look on Twitter. Got kind of late in the queue. Not very good. That's... What was that? Okay. Halsteron? Did I type that correctly? Halsteron, right? Halsteron, yeah. Ice Nova crossbow. Garata. Wow. Yo, thanks for the follow. And Yeah, that's Garata and Ziz. Archmage of Ice Nova. Archmage Ice Nova of Frostbolts is Garata. Hierophant Siege Ballista. Deck Stacker. Bosser. Salute. Puka. Welcome to the stream. What's up, man? Happy Friday. What are you gonna play this league? Cred că cel mai sigur voi axa pe 3DD Inquisitor, Archmage, Ball Lightning, Hierophant. I think unul din astea trei posibil, dar I think cel mai sigur DD, 3DD. Ice Nova of Frostbolt arată chiar interesant. Foarte tanky. Ball Lightning, Hierophant, Archmage la fel. Ăsta e good for AC. Decent damage. High defense. These Ballista, Trickster, Exsanguinate Mines from Crunchy Tuna. This one is pretty good also. You play them all? You think Inquisitor D is fine starter if you are fine doing lab 2-3 hours? Yeah, that's the problem with the most of the transfigured gems, because you need to farm lab, you need to farm merciless lab for at least 1 to 3 hours. Depends if you get lucky or not, or who knows? Maybe you I don't know. Maybe you get some good drops along the way as you level. You go through the acts and you can straight buy it. Oh yeah, you need double transfigured gems because you need the spraying. That's the thing. Yeah, I mean, you can get the quality through lab, so it's not that big of an issue. I think it will. It's worth sacrificing 2-3 hours, 1 to 3 hours of doing lab to get both of those. The build looks pretty strong. We have a Trickster, Exsanguinate Mines from Crunchy Tuna, able to hit 30 mobs, good for Legion, decent defense, good clear, pretty good damage. DayZ, Lightning Arrow, the usual, into Elemental Hit of Spectrum, maybe? Because you can switch between them. It's not that... if Elemental Hit of Spectrum doesn't go very well, you can go back to Lightning Arrow. Yeah, good luck you too, man. good luck with the league start. Hopefully you get some good drops. Hopefully we get we both get the transfigured gems easy. Did I trickster? Question mark. Wonder elemental hit of spectrum plus wisp support gem and 2 wisp 2 ones. Nick. Penance brand of dissipation Inquisitor. Is it still good? I don't know. Got nerfed a little bit. Nerfed. Likely. RF chieftain. Probably still good. Smooth start. Corrupting Fever, Champion, Route 2, Tripolar Bear. And mapping. Good for lazy old people. Good, clear. Good damage. Decent. I mean, good. Dunkiness. I think this is, yeah, this is pretty much it. Best overall. Damage tankiness. Can start with cheap uniques. Okay. It's better to split this one. Do like that maybe. I can shrink this one a bit. There we go. I think this is pretty much it. Top 10 builds. top 10 best builds currently. I think this looks pretty good. Save. I think this looks pretty good. Yeah, this looks pretty good. Also, might need to go grab some while waiting queue. Grab some pizza. Some pizza in yeah, ready to play. Bum 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 bum. Do, do, do. Do, do. Do. Ba-da-dum. I'm 18k in queue. It's gonna take a bit. I mean, it's not that much. Usually queues go up to 30k or something. But it's okay. Probably gonna go down fast, I think. Yeah, gonna go grab a pizza and be right back. Okay, I'm back. Got the pizza. Got some beer. Okay, we have like how much left? Like almost half hour. I have to eat really quick. Okay. Okay. Mhm. Check Twitter. Any updates? Made another post. 1 hour, 36 minutes. Copy this build. Go. Bait some people. I mean bait, it's not bait. This is pretty good. But we need to distract the masses. Let's people playing DD better. Less better. Okay. Eat. Actually, we can do a screenshot. A screenshot of this. This pizza is so good. Very good. Actually, I don't think I placed the builds in order in the list. Okay, almost done eating. Okay. Done eating for now. "17 minutes left." Okay. I need to start. Need to open the trade. We can trade. And we do I need to update? I think you need to update the Kiwi trade. We can trade. Let's see. Do we? Settings, league. Shift space. Settings. General. League. Necropolis. Fresh. Go. Okay. Looks like Awakened Trade doesn't need an update. Thing. Huh. Is this updated? Well, let me check. Let's hide the windows for now. Do you need to go on Discord maybe? Let me check. Check Discord. Questions, GitHub. Okay, let's see. Is this the same? 1, 2, 3, 4. Version 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me check. Is it the same? Yeah, it's same. Okay, this wasn't updated, sadly. Okay, 10 more minutes. You go. Okay. Check Twitch. Pause. Pause this. Check what Queen is doing.
No, he doesn't perform like you do.
Loot filter. Check.
I told you not to get hung up. We just do these.
Oh yeah, loot filter. Good idea, Queen.
Fun?
Practice don't have it, can't do it.
The camera panned out.
Good idea, Queen.
The man said, but
I got
Doctor,
Atlas
I
Tree.
am Quinn 69.
I got an Atlas tree. I got an Atlas tree.
26 months.
Why it's not loading?
Oh shit, is GZ here?
Kill all Ubers again?
What the hell?
Or are you gonna stall and
Wait,
end
is
up
Arcus
after
working?
not
Let me
even
check.
finishing the Atlas?
What is this?
Wait, SR on. Let me check it. SR on.
What the fuck?
52 years of blasting dudes. Any chance you can up the volume on the Dono song?
Okay,
Sure.
okay, GC, just do this, bro. Just play music that you want to play, and then when you gotta go, let me know you gotta go, and then
Metal, are you coming over again?
let me know you gotta go, and then turn song request on, and then let me know you gotta go though. So
Doesn't work.
request songs, Twitch chat, so then we can get new songs, so we don't get like All right, yo, GC on the league.
Is it still updating?
Boys, get your ball, James.
Do I log out?
Boys. Chat. I'm gonna call you. I got my fucking.
What the
move
hell?
over here, so I got that.
One second.
Extra. You ever do this? It's like all the powery shit. So it's like ultra strong right now, bro. What is that? That's some good shit, bro. That's what it is. Some good shit. I'm gonna get my flask and I'm gonna close it. My thermo, bro. They call it thermos in Argentina and yeah, they call it thermos. I'm gonna get my thermo, close that shit.
Control
I'm gonna make my
F5.
last coffee for league launch. Get your pole chance ready. It's about to go down. We have literally 6 minutes till the queue is going to begin. Everyone,
It's not working, bro.
Let's all synchronize shitting. Let's everyone go take a shit. Let's all take a shit together, guys. We better go down.
Soon I have been stuck with Quentin, and you know he doesn't perform like you do. Methyl SpongeBob, I told you not to get hung up. We just do these things for fun. Fun, at least Quentin says it's difficult.
Why it's not working?
I'm about to order me some edible. Eat an entire brownie, then play the fuck out of this boring as game. I'm so pumped. Can
Roll
you
F5.
tell by the smile on my face?
Heard joke once. Man goes to doctor. Says he's depressed. Says life
Is it
seems
the
harsh
ad
and
blocker?
cruel. Says he feels all alone in a threatening world where what lies ahead is vague and uncertain. Doctor says treatment is simple. Great clown Quinn 69 is in town tonight.
It's not that
Go
blocker.
and see him. That should pick you up. Man bursts into tears. Says, but doctor, I am Quinn 69. Good luck in League. It's funny that I got unbanned from your channel before you did.
Fuck me up like I am at Rabbit Chisel. DJ just said fuck, bro.
"32 months with the God Gamer and chat. Chebrozos."
I don't know why it's not working. Well, whatever. I'm gonna take care of that later.
I have huge amounts, boys, you won't guess what it is. Just kidding, some tiny 6-inch flesh for $30. Space G broke boys, Space G broke boys, Space
Oh my
broke
God.
boys.
Top. Then all this starting build more. Did it made it?
We interrupt Queen stalling to say Abby is a single mother of 5.
Terms and conditions may apply. Do not use basic flush as waifu pillow, flashlight holder, or butt plug. Basic flush is not used by people who are pregnant or about to be.
Does this work or not? Let me see. Which
basic flush today.
Oh, this is so bad. I can't
clips
kill anything. I'm just gonna look at shit, bro. Oh my god. Oh.
doesn't work?
I'll look at that, bro. Fucking cunt!
Do we need to put in this? Unable to create clip. Is stream live? What?
Whatever, it's like early in the morning, still on.
The hell?
Why did he screaming like that?
Doesn't work.
That's what we got the couch here for. Alright. Who's fucking ready, boys? Who is fucking ready?
46 months of watching this clown. Can't wait to see another 2 months of pro farming.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. This is gonna
I think
be
it's working now.
Dude, this is the league that I get the rarest items. Let me turn the shit off.
Let me see.
Here we count down. 25, 24, 22, 21, 23,
Yeah, it's working.
18, 17,
I wish you all a happy week start
15,
and a very
14.
happy birthday to you, Fake John.
10, 9, 8, 7,
Log
6, 5, 4,
2, 1, log in.
Oh, wait, what's happening? What's happening?
Here we go.
Oh,
It's moving. It's moving.
It's going.
Fight Speedy Bird in mud flats. Screams as he gets pounded. Logs out. Gets back.
Okay, focus up. I'm gonna make it to this first. Display seal.
The camera
Good thing.
and
Put it in the bank.
Okay. Remove remove that. Remove that. There we go.
I'm gonna pause donations. I'm gonna turn off donations if you do this shit. Don't worry, chat's gonna die in like 1 second.
So we're starting the rolling magma. Need to mule momentum.
Dude, it's EQ. Oh shit. Let's go.
Okay, takes a bit to.
Cute cum slut is the first person to make the Lanites watch shit.
Filter blade. This one still not work. What the hell, bro? This one doesn't work. Why is filter blade not working? Let me try on Opera.
This is going to sound a bit cringe and weird. Do you remember some guy with blue hair? Like 10 months ago? What's going on? That was me. That was me. Like anyway. Like basically. I was live streaming. And anyway, the way I worded my...
Okay, looks like Opera is working. Something is wrong with Google Chrome. I need to do something else. The hell? Bruh.
Well, so like I've come to apologize. I've come to apologize. Since I don't have a job myself. Happy League start. Pro base D4 back. Peace chat.
Comes later the first person to get Tato Island. It's
Initializing.
the first person that's going to be the fucking
login.
Okay, we're logging out. We're going to go to HGS Necropolis, create. This guy's going to be solo self.
Still in queue. 7k left.
The reason I'm doing that, Chad, is to get splitting steel. So yeah, it's a little bit slow, but presumably it's going to be faster in the long run out.
Even the dead rise to challenge me here. The reality is, if you play PoE no matter how long you play it for, okay, it's like if you're having sex.
Okay, filter updated, overview. Strictness, regular.
Okay, initially it's going to be bog. It's going to be very novel, very new. Okay? And then it's going to become like more normalized.
Save.
Where it's just like
Save and sync.
and then it's like, what the fuck? You're just going to get bored.
There we go. Updated. Okay. 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 Looks good. I'm going to need to delete some characters. Ah, fuck, man. I need to buy new slots, character slots. Shit. Okay.